Yep. Hey everyone, welcome back. It's the 2020 CUfolkandroots Festival, and we're about to kick off Saturday night. We'd first like to thank... Everyone, welcome back. It's the 2020... Oh yeah! Someone mute that computer! We'd first like to thank... It's on the keyboard, yeah. No, yeah, that other button. Yeah, you got it? Cool. Hey, yeah, all right. We'd like to thank our sponsors, the City of Urbana, Sousa Archives, Cinema Gallery, Common Ground Food Co-op, First Federal Bank, Page Roasting Company, The Music Shop, Record Swap, Upper Bout, Urbana Country Dancers, and Ruth Wyman Law Office. So as you may or may not know, this fest has been going on yesterday, Friday, and this morning. And we always take a little break before Saturday night and then kick it off in style and sort of a grand finale on Saturday night. So thank y'all for being here for the 2020 all-online edition of the CUfolkandroots Music Festival. And I think we're ready. Are we ready? Kick off Backdoor Cajun Band?
Also, we need some bass player.
All right, well, me and you and the cameras are going to go to the stage for the Backdoor Cajun Band. I'll see you soon.
Right, we just need a bass player. Oh, look, there's one right there.
What's going on, Gary?
All right, hey everybody. We're here at the Rose Bowl in Urbana. This is a Backdoor Cajun Band. We also could be called the Occasional Cajun Band because we play occasionally. But everybody here is from Urbana, so we're going to do about 5 songs, some Cajun music, and Creole and a little bit of Zydeco. We'll try to hit one or two of each. All right, this first one we're going to do is, this is called Quote Fair, and this goes out to everybody in the Ardoin family. there. Thank you all. So, hello to everybody out there around the country, Champaign-Urbana and beyond. I hope there's some folks in Louisiana watching. Maybe. Who knows? All right, so that was kind of an old Creole Zydeco song. Quote fair. This next one is called Chez Seychelles. I'll send this out if he's watching. Forrest Tuval played this a lot with Forrest. Blake Miller and Jimmy Bro. Seychelles, everybody. That's a graceful little waltz there. And we'll move on. We got next song goes out to I'm gonna say Ed Poulard, who made my accordion, and love Ed Poulard, and he did some great recordings with his brother Danny and a lot of other people. So this one by Buzu Chavis. Got a paper in my shoe. Got a paper in my shoe. What your mama don't know, what your papa don't know, what your mama don't lie. What your mama don't know, what your papa don't know, what your mama don't lie. Champaign on the lead guitar. Got a paper in my shoe. I got a paper in my shoe. What your mama don't know, what your papa don't know, what your mama don't lie. What your mama don't know, what your papa don't know, what your mama don't lie. Paper in My Shoe by the great Buzu Chavis. So one time for the band over here on the guitar, that's Sam Payne. Yeah. Charlie Harris on the bass. You might have seen him doing hosting duties earlier, and he played earlier in the day with Bones Jugs and Dewclaw. This is the Pride of Collinsville, Dave Pride right here on the percussion. Yeah. Mask Dave Pride. And similarly mask Matt Torino there on the unplaying fiddle, everybody. Yeah. got time for two more, so we'll do this one. This is a blues to talk talk. It is a bite of the swamp. It is a bite of the swamp. Mujima Jenny Tata. Mujima Jenny Grio. It is a bite of the swamp. Chevrolet a swamp. Come on. Soir, je me suis levé le soir. Manger des tatas, manger des griots. Je me lève le soir, je me lève le soir. Oh, come on. Talk talk. Thank you all. Hope you all enjoy watching. We have one more, and we're going to do a kind of Illinois meets South Louisiana meets Jamaica, little mashup here. We're going to do a tribute to Toots Hibbert, who died earlier this year, and Toots was, of course, the leader of Toots and the Maytals, maybe certainly one of the greatest reggae bands ever. So we'll give it our best. Hope you enjoy it. Thanks for tuning in, and a lot more great stuff to come tonight. Thanks to the crew here at the Rose Bowl, Jake and Chris, Martin. Yeah. We appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I said a pressure drop, oh yeah, pressure drop. Oh, pressure got to drop on you. I said a pressure drop, oh, pressure drop, baby. Pressure got to drop on you. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Drop on you. I said a pressure drop. Oh, you gotta believe me, pressure drop on you. And you know when it drops, oh, you gotta believe me. All you got to do is wrong. I said a pressure drop. Oh, you gotta believe me. All you do is wrong. A pressure drop, oh pressure drop, oh now pressure got to drop on you. I said a pressure drop, oh now pressure drop, oh now pressure got to drop on you. And when it drops, oh you gotta believe me, all you do is wrong. I said now when it drops, oh baby you gotta believe me, all you gotta do is wrong. Yeah. 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 thank you all. Some folks hanging out at the Rose Bowl, thank you. And thanks everybody online. So thanks for supporting the Champaign-Urbana Folk and Roots Fest.
Rob Crum.
Hey! Thanks for staying tuned and being here at the 2020 CU Folk and Roots Festival, all online, here at the Rose Bowl Tavern in downtown Urbana. And I'll take this opportunity to let you know that we are accepting donations, virtual tips, if you will, and you can do so at any of the links. Is the QR code over here? My left. Over here, somewhere in this vicinity. You can point your smartphone camera, open up your camera app, and point it at that, and it'll pop you up a link. Very easy to give the festival your money. In other news, we'd like to again thank our sponsors, specifically the City of Urbana and the Sousa Archives that support us every year and make this fest possible. Next is one of my favorite groups, the Southwest Watson Sweethearts from St. Louis, Missouri, and Ryan and Kelly, who make up the duo, have been regulars at the festival over the last number of years, and they're always here hanging out. One year, I know Ryan, I was talking to him, and we hadn't asked him to play yet, but he had set aside the weekend, and he was coming to Urbana to hang out for the fest, and then we asked him if he would play, and he was like, well, yeah, I'll be there. So just a nice little story about our festival here in town. Anyways, Southwest Watson Sweethearts are going to do some country duos for you, country duets, and I hope you enjoy it. And thank you so much for being here, tuned in. Please, please, please click the share button or copy the link and send it to your friends. Spread the word. We have till, 11 o'clock tonight? Till 11 p.m. tonight, we're have music and programming going. So you got buckle in, turn up your speakers, grab your favorite beverage, and enjoy the show. Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
That's where I make my home, a little southwest of the city, in a cozy bungalow, a little southwest of the city, right for the county line. I'll be doing my best, just a little southwest of the city, far behind. Honey, honey. That's where I'm going to stay, a little southwest of the city. My troubles gone away, a little southwest of the city. Never more to roam, I'll be doing my best, just a little southwest of the city I call home. Honey, honey.
the Southwest Watson Sweethearts, thank you for tuning in to the digital Champaign-Urbana Folk and Roots Festival 2020. We're pleased to be here.
Off to a good start.
We're going to make Ryan do a whole lot of work through this whole set, and he's going to change instruments on every song.
1, 2, 3.
From this valley they say you are leaving. We shall miss your bright eyes and sweet smile. For you take with you all the sunshine that has brightened our pathway for a while. Then come sit by my side if you love me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu. Just remember the Red River Valley and the cowboy that loved you so true. For a long time, my darling, I've waited for the sweet words you never would say. Now at last all my fond hopes have vanished, for they say you are going away. Then come sit by my side if you love me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu. Just remember the Red River Valley and the cowboy that loved you so true. Won't you think of the valley you are leaving? Oh, how lonely and sad it will be. Won't you think of the kind heart you are breaking and the pain you are causing to me? Then come sit by my side if you love me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu. Just remember the Red River Valley and the cowboy that's loved you so true. They will bury me where you have wandered, near the hills where the daffodils grow. When you're gone from the Red River Valley, for I can't live without you, I know. Won't you sit by my side if you love me? Do not hasten to bid me adieu. Just remember the Red River Valley and the cowboy that's loved you so true. Just remember the Red River Valley and the cowboy so true.
Yeah,
All right.
Pretty good.
Cowboy classic.
pretty good.
We've enjoyed being at all of the real-life Champaign-Urbana Folk and Roots festivals in years past with bands like the Hoot and Hollers, Ryan King and Goldenrods.
Rum Drum Ramblers.
I think Loot Rock Gang played one
Loot Rock
year.
Gang? Yeah.
We've always had a great time. Glad to be participating from afar.
Oh, Sapsuckers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The list goes on. 1, 2, 3,
4. Way over yonder in Georgetown, Colorado, looking for my fortune in a mine. Sometimes I wonder why I ever even bothered. Sometimes I wonder why I even tried. When there's rich folks sitting pretty down in Boulder, and a gal for me in Colorado Springs. Miner gets no pay getting older, and my gal ain't got no gold wedding ring. Orderly, orderly, orderly. Girls, they just don't like me down in Denver, but the boys don't mind me up in Silver Plume. If there's one thing in this world you should remember, that of mine ain't nothing but an early tune. And there's rich folks sitting pretty down in Boulder, and a gal for me in Colorado Springs. Miner gets no penny getting older, and my gal ain't got no gold wedding ring. Orderly, orderly, orderly. And there's rich folks sitting pretty down in Boulder, and a gal for me in Colorado Springs. Miner gets no penny getting older, and my gal ain't got no gold wedding ring. Orderly, orderly, orderly.
All right, now for the digital Shambana debut of Kelly's new pandemic instrument, because you can buy harmonicas during a respiratorily transferred virus pandemic for a really good deal. And
Well,
then you just
used
sanitize.
harmonicas.
Yeah, used harmonicas.
Ooh.
Then you just sanitize them. Real good.
Yeah.
48 chord harmonica. Not that we need all of them right now,
Yeah.
but in the future.
We'll use at least 3.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, and seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Yeah, a little jazzy.
Yeah.
It's fine. That's what makes this the closest thing to live music you can get. Oh, where do we go from there? Oh, fiddle time. Did we mention that we're at the focal point yet?
Not yet.
Oh, we're at the focal point here in St. Louis, Missouri, in the little subsection of Maplewood, Missouri. A venue that has been open since '75, I believe. This is its second location, but it's been here as long as I can remember. And all of the folk greats have played here, from Dr. John to Jimmy Dale Gilmore to Ramblin' Jack Elliott to Norman Blake to Rosalie Sorrells. And I mean, that's not even the current generation of people who can play here. I recommend, if you're from St. Louis or you're coming through St. Louis and haven't been here or performed here yet, you might want to consider it. Highly recommended.
Here's an original tune.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
The endless horizon we once fixed our eyes on has now gone the way of the Roman buffalo, and the wide open spaces have now traded places with the lights and the steel and the fire and the smoke. In the country I'm proud to call my own, it seemed that there's nowhere left to go. That's how the West was won. Now we've all had our fun, so I guess it's just time to go home. In a country once founded on something that sounded like a promise to men never given before, like a stampeding herd leaving landscapes landscapes obscured, and no treasure was saved right behind swinging doors. In the country I'm proud to call my own, it seemed that there's nowhere left to go. That's how the West was won. Now we've all had our fun, so I guess it's just time to go home. Country I'm proud to call my home, it seems that there's nowhere left to go. That's how the West was won. Now we've all had our fun, so I guess it's just time to go home.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We've got time for one more. This is a wonderful festival to be a part of, and we hope to do it again in real life next year or whenever it is safe to do so.
All right.
See her standing by the garden gate, and she waits for me alone. Through the hills and all the plains we'll ride, ride, ride. I won't rest until I have her by my side. Roll on, little pony, let that unwind moan, headed back to San Antonio. Would be my bride. I know she really loves me and her heart is true. I guess I'd better take myself a ride. Hop up on my pony and I'll ride away down the trail to San Antonio. I can see her standing by the garden gate, and she waits for me alone. Through the hills and all the plains we'll ride, ride, ride. I won't rest until I have her by my side. Roll on, little pony, let that upwind moan. I'm heading back to San Antonio, heading back to San Antonio. Thank you all very much.
What's up, Champaign-Urbana and everyone tuning in from around the world? I hope you're enjoying the festival so far. We certainly are here at the Rose Bowl. My name is Ayla McDonald. You might have seen me performing earlier, and I'm also a member of the steering committee as of this year. A crazy year to join a committee during the middle of a pandemic, but hey, we've managed to pull off a virtual festival for you all, and we're so grateful to you for tuning in. We're looking forward to the next set coming up from Hot Club of Cowtown, who performed last night. And we're looking forward to their second set coming up next. And I just want to take a moment to thank our partners, Backland Radio, Community Center for the Arts, Dixon Graphics, Iron Post, Rose Bowl, Techline, Robert E. Brown Center for World Music, Urbana Free Library, and Weiskamp Screen Printing. Thank you all so much for your support.
Hot Club of Cowtown. Zach Zappanar on the bass. Is that right? Miss Alana James on the fiddle and singing.
Thank you. Are we still rolling?
And we're still rolling. The girl I left behind me. My wife, along comes a feller and hits me in the smeller, and it almost took my life. Oh, that gal, that pretty little gal, the girl I left behind me with the rosy cheeks and the curly hair, the girl I left behind me. She said it's always there the ugly baboon and the little furry coon all got a wife but me. Oh, that gal, that pretty little gal, the girl I left behind me with the rosy cheeks and the curly hair, the girl I left behind me. Yeah. But if ever I get off of the trail and Indians they don't find me, I'll make my way right back again to the girl I left behind me. Oh, that gal, that pretty little gal, the girl I left behind me with the rosy cheeks and the curly hair, the girl I left behind me. Well, hello.
What do you got?
How about, oh, I'm feeling bad.
Sure.
All right, we're gonna stick with the Bob Wills tact here. I'm feeling bad.
Yeah. 1, 2.
I'm feeling bad, alone and sad, because I lost the only love I ever had. Now I don't know just where to go, since she told me she don't want me anymore. No need to worry, I'll be on my way. I'll find a new love some other day. Goodbye blues, I paid my dues. Hand me down my old guitar and walking shoes. Walk along. I'm feeling bad, alone and sad, 'cause I lost the only love I ever had. And I don't know just where to go, since she told me she don't want me anymore. No need to worry, I'll be on my way. I'll find a new love some other day. Now goodbye blues, paid my dues. Hand me down my old guitar and walking shoes. Yeah.
Good job there, Whit.
Well, thank you.
Can we do one more like
Thank you.
right one that you sing and then I'll sing one?
Yeah.
I just think.
Shut it down.
Let's do. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's good.
No, I think last night was probably okay. It was better. All right. Not crazy.
By the way, they said there's a white canine in the background. That's Lupa.
All righty.
Ready?
Chinatown.
2, 1, 2, 3.
Chinatown, my Chinatown, where the lights are low, and hearts that know no other land go drifting to and fro. A dreamy, dreamy Chinatown, hair and eyes are brown, hearts are light and lights are bright and dreamy Chinatown.
back the weather. All right, Miss Alana, why don't you come up and sing a song?
Want to do Melancholy Baby?
Sure.
Okay. All right, we're going to give this one a whirl.
I'm going to make sure I'm in tune. I guess if it rains, we'll have quite rain for that. Or won't we? Okay. Huh?
How's it going, Jamie? Is it all right? Shall we try it? Will you do it? Come, sweetheart mine, don't sit and pine. Tell me all the cares that make you feel so blue. What have I done? Answer me, hun. Have I ever said an unkind word to you? My love is true, and just for you. I would do most anything at any time. Dear, when you sigh and when you cry, something seems to grip this very heart of mine. Come to me, my melancholy baby. Cuddle up and don't feel blue. All your fears are foolish fancy, maybe. Why, you know, dear, that I'm in love with you. Every cloud may have its silver lining. Wait until the sun shines through. Smile, my honey dear, while I kiss away each tear, or else I shall be melancholy too. Oh, yeah. Smile, my honey dear, while I kiss away each tear, or else I shall be melancholy too.
Woohoo! Hot Club of Cowtown, everyone. I bet you all weren't even able to sit still in your seats, probably dancing up your living rooms right now. Well, a big part of the festival that was really surprising to me when I joined the steering committee was how much it costs to put it on, and the amount of support that the generous city of Urbana gives to us, as well as the wonderful donations that pour in to make this festival possible. And while we're offering the festival free to you this year, which is a phenomenal thing, we would so appreciate any donations that you might find it in your heart to give to us, to help us continue to support the arts in our community and to bring live music to you. And you can make any donations that you would like to via PayPal, Venmo, Omela, using the QR code on the screen. I'm not sure which side of me it's on, this one. And you can do that by, if you have a smartphone, pointing the camera at the code, and it should show you momentary payment options. And our next act are the Sapsuckers, coming to us, streaming live from their 1953 single-wide bar in Soldiers Grove, Wisconsin. So we're waiting to make the live connection from their live stream to ours, and they will come on momentarily.
We're live yet or not, but we're just about. If we aren't,
Said we are.
then
Countdown.
Oh,
Okay.
countdown. All right, here we go. 10,
9,
9, 8,
7,
7.
6.
Oh, nope. Now we're live.
Now.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 1, 2, 3. You said you was shooting me, want no more to do with me. Since you've been untrue to me, life has been too blue for me. I got something to say to you, get on my knees and pray to you. I live every day for you, to change my sky from gray to blue. Break my heart one more time, where you hurt me is divine. You can run around, put me down, baby, I don't mind. Just come on back, break my heart, baby, one more time. All right, why don't you break it? Way love is bruising me. You've been rubbing your shoes on me. Long as you keep choosing me, I choose you, abusing me. I'll keep living this life for you. Keep on wondering why for you. Before I say goodbye to you, I'm gonna lay right down and die for you. Break my heart one more time. Way you hurt me is divine. You can run around, put me down, baby, I don't mind. Just come on back, break my heart, baby, one more time. Can you do it again? Break my heart one more time. The way you hurt me is divine. You can run around, put me down, baby, I don't mind. Just come on back, break my heart, baby, one more time. All right. Well, we're so happy to be here. We are the Sapsuckers coming to you live from Soldiers Grove, Wisconsin. I'm just turning down the levels a little bit because it sounds like we got a little hot for you. But that's just kind of weird. We tend to run a little hot. That's how we roll.
I don't know if I'm happy to be here, but
I
I'm
know.
happy to be here.
You know what? We were talking last night about Champaign-Urbana last year and what a great time we had and what a great time we would have to be there right now.
Yep,
Okay,
we're
still a
missing
bit
it
hot.
pretty hard.
But we brought it down a little bit. This next song is the only other loud one on the set, I think, so we can kind of see where we're at with that. I'm going to try to pull this up on Facebook because I'd love to see you guys if we can get there with you.
I hope some of our friends who we know from the past and met last year are tuning in.
I know there was some Ryan and Kelly action earlier today.
Oh, yes?
Ryan Koenig and Kelly Everett were playing this morning.
Oh.
And they're part of
I'll
our
have to go back and watch their set.
part of our Sapsucker retinue. Okay, I'm like talking and looking at Facebook at the same time.
We
So
should
annoying,
play another
even when we're
song.
not on camera. I can't get you up here right now, but we'll try again. This one's called Face to Face. It's pretty much brand new. 2, 3, 4. Face to face. Can you tell me where our love lies? I want to read the truth inside your eyes. If you want me, I can't wait. But if my heart's going to wait, Last night when you were sleeping, you were smiling. You whispered all the loving words you used to say. The morning took the sunshine from your dreaming. I kissed you and you turned your lips away. Face to face, can you tell me where our love lies? I want to read the truth inside your eyes. If you want me, I can't wait. But if my heart's go to waste, please, please, can't you tell me face to face? All right, tell us all about it. You tell me that the path of love is winding, and every day I worry, can I still believe? I can't help but wonder why you're hiding those secrets that you cannot tell to me. There's nothing new to say about a love grown old. Still, I wish you'd put it into words. Face to face, can you tell me where our love lies? I want to read the truth inside your eyes. If you want me, I can't wait. But if my heart's go to waste, please, please, can't you tell me face to face? Please, 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 can't you tell me face to face? There it is. All right, I'm gonna check in and see how what our sound man is saying to us. All right, I think we're in good shape.
Oh,
we're in
awesome.
good shape.
That's
Yep.
good news.
I'm going to try one more time to bring you guys up here because I know there are probably some of our friends watching, and I really want to see you guys on Facebook. It's one of the super fun things that this thing has to offer. It's
we really
almost
wanna
like
see you in
having an
person,
audience
but-
being there.
Almost.
Okay, how am I going to find this here? Sapsuckers, that's us. And
I'm excited to be playing this fiddle. This is my great-grandfather's fiddle.
That's
I
right.
never play it, but I snapped a string the other day when I was tuning my old steady. And I think this fiddle is very happy to be being played.
oh, I'm still just getting a screensaver here.
Yeah.
We'll catch up with you later online. We're just gonna keep playing our songs and keep going. All right, give me right. We're just about ready to go to St. Louis and make our new record, which is very exciting. We had that plan before COVID hit, and then we sort of had to jettison that plan for a while, and we didn't know what was going to happen, but now we're back on.
Yes, indeed.
And this song will be on it.
Yes, it will. 2, 3, 4. Well, you probably thought just how small you look. Yes, for years I knew exactly how that felt. Every time we have a fight, you tell me it's so hard to always be right. But if you really knew how hard it was, you wouldn't say. Wish I could believe there was a time when believing served us well. So you can be right if it ends this long, hard day. Probably thought with the sun coming up that I was leaving you for good. You were right, you were right, I'll give you that. And you probably thought that I pointed my truck towards the sunset in the west. Well, you were right, and to you I tip my hat. Every time we have a fight, you tell me it's so hard to always be right. But ain't you heard of lovers falling when they divide? Together we stood, but it never felt good to be wrong instead of loved. So you can be right, and I'll cross the great divide. Cross the great divide.
You can be right. That is a sad goodbye song.
Yeah.
This one is
Truth telling, though.
this one's a missing the place you love song, which is appropriate for all of us, especially now that we're heading into
Yeah.
winter months and not able to hang out at the bars we love. But it's for our the main metropolitan area in our state, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ready?
Ready.
She cut me down and she threw me out like a Christmas tree. The only thing she wanted was my dignity. Now it's bobby pins and rubber bands holding me together on these one-night stands. Half the time I can't tell if I'm me. Days I drive and nights I try to pretend that the strangers all around me are my new best friends. Somewhere down along the Ohio, I remembered something that I used to know. Now I'm pointed at the place where I feel free. Milwaukee, I'll be there by tomorrow night. I'll be crossing the city line, feeling fine in my mind. Milwaukee, everything gonna be alright. Put me down in a corner bar with a PBR, and I'll know right where we are. The only thing that can make me wanna live again is to see the sunrise shining over Michigan. Ain't nobody gonna get me down when they're setting me up with another round of that sweet old-fashioned friend that takes me home. Milwaukee, I'll I'll be there by tomorrow night. I'll be crossing the city line, feeling fine in my mind. Milwaukee, everything gonna be alright. Put me down in a corner bar with a cold PBR, and I'll know right where we are. Milwaukee, I'll be there by tomorrow night. I'll be crossing the city line, feeling fine in my mind. Milwaukee, everything gonna be alright. Put me down in a corner bar with a cold PBR, and I know right where we are. Milwaukee. Yeah, we miss you, Milwaukee, so much. We're so excited to get back out on the road here someday. In the meantime, we are happy to be here and streaming. This weekend, we're streaming here today. We actually have a Zoom concert tomorrow, which is the first time we've ever done that. If you're interested, you can find out details on our Facebook page or our website. Kind of something a little different, having the audience right there in front of us again. It's sort of like old times. Next week...
Yeah, that's with the Green Guitar in Kansas City.
Green Guitar in Kansas City, Missouri. Excellent, excellent venue, and they're doing a great job of trying to come through this time with us. And then the week after that, we're Halloween, the night before Halloween, we're streaming with the Janesville Performing Arts Center in Janesville, Wisconsin, which is actually another amazing organization that's really working hard to get through all this stuff like all of us are.
Yes, indeed.
All right, this is the title track from our most recent record. It's called Don't Think About Tomorrow Tonight, which is pretty much all you can do in these times, right?
Right. Ready?
We in tune?
Yes, I just tuned. I'm already gone. You can tell if you try. You could tell if you listen to the doubts that you hide. So let's stop pretending that it'll last forever, when the truth is I'm never coming back.
There's no one waiting for me, believe me.
I
Just need to find what's inside me.
so gently,
Softly hold me beside you. Don't think about tomorrow tonight.
look at you now. Your sad, tender eyes, your hair and your face, your shoelace
Thank you. Well, I think we have time for one more. That's what we're planning on, at least. If you are, we just want to say, if you're interested in getting a record or
a T-shirt or
a T-shirt or a poster, here's our.
Grab that T-shirt from down there. Here, I'll hold up the poster. You grab the T-shirt.
Okay.
This is our new poster. We are selling them for
$15.
You can buy them on our website.
And here's the
They are
brand new
nice.
T-shirt. These are extremely limited edition. There's only
same image.
25 total. It's a little hard to see.
Yeah, it's the same image as the
Same
poster. though. It's
image
like
as
a
the poster.
Beautiful bird skull with random conchos, and it says our name, Sapsuckers. His sister, who's a tattoo artist and more importantly, very talented, fine visual artist.
She
drew
the image.
That image.
And those are, if you look for sapsuckersmusic.com or just search Sapsuckers Band or Sapsuckers Music, you'll find it. No
Naomi
problem.
Hart is her name.
So this last one is called Wishes, and it's actually
Fifth fret. Oh wait, 1, 2.
It's actually capoed at a different spot.
I'm the one that screwed up for once. Okay.
For once. Anyway, this is while we were holed up on our homestead in Wisconsin, we recorded a single with musicians from all around the Midwest, Minneapolis and St. Louis, mostly St. Louis. And all those tracks that we put down are now in the hands of some talented folks at Native Sound in St. Louis, and we're going to be putting out a single on vinyl. It's going to be a very limited release. I think we're going to do about 50 copies.
But we'll have it on Spotify too, right?
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
So this is the A side of that single. It's called Wishes.
Said, hold on tight to me. Summer nights at the edge of the world, watching lights coming on in town, blowing smoke at the face of the moon. We swore we would never come down. You said, who needs wings? Who needs wings to fly? Be careful what you wish for, wishes come true. Look what happened when I wished for you. Not a star in the sky can make it all right.
right. Thanks, everybody, so much for being with us tonight. It's such a pleasure to be here, even vicariously with you folks. We love the Champaign-Urbana Folk and Roots Festival, and we can't wait to see it. 2021, let's cross our fingers and hold our breath, and we'll see you then, okay?
The Sapsucker, streaming live from Soldiers Grove, Wisconsin. We hope to see you next year, too. That was a wonderful set. Oh, those harmonies. Hi, welcome back to the Rose Bowl in downtown Urbana. I'm Rayanne Dossett, yet another member of the Folk and Roots Steering Committee. I want to thank everybody who has donated to the festival so far. I know every break we've been talking about the Venmo on your left and the Omela on your right, and you've been coming through. So what that is going to enable us to do is be really well positioned to bring you, hopefully, a live festival next year. So I want to thank everybody who has donated. And if you haven't and you feel inclined, now's the time. All right, coming up next in the tradition of Folk and Roots, where we offer information and workshops as well as music, Jake Blunt is going to give us a little workshop. I hope you saw his set yesterday. It was really great. It was one of those people who really took advantage, I think, of the intimacy that this new way of putting things together is providing. He's going to talk to us now about the Black String Band music. So here's Jake Blunt.
Hi folks, I'm Jake Blunt, and I am here to tell you a little bit about music history. As you may know, I focus mainly on Black and Indigenous music in this country, specifically the fiddle and banjo traditions that have appeared in those communities. That's my main expertise and what I'm going to focus on mostly today, but I'm going to try and relate the early evolution of those traditions to the folk and bluegrass and country music that we have here in the United States today. They are intimately intertwined, and I hope through the course of this lecture you will come to understand how. This is my first time trying to give a talk, as it were, to a camera. I like to be more interactive, so I'm not 100% sure how this is going to go, but I am hoping for the best, and I hope that you get something useful out of it. So I think my preference is really just to start chronologically and go through how this music developed. We have a common conception in this country that folk music writ large, that country, that blues, that all of this stuff comes out of a big melting pot thing that happened between African and European cultures when those folks got to this country. And that is accurate, but it starts earlier than people think. On the slave ships themselves, oftentimes the captors of those slaves, the people who are trying to bring them to the New World and sell them in the markets here, would bring their enslaved humans up onto the deck and make them dance as a way to keep morale up and as a way to get them physical exercise. And in those dances, sometimes they would use African instruments, sometimes they would use bagpipes, fiddles, European instruments, sometimes they would do African dances, and sometimes they would do European dances. So in the very first days of someone's captivity under American ownership, they were being introduced to these dance forms. They were being introduced to this musical and movement lexicon that we have here in this country and that the white settlers of this land had brought here with them. The acculturation process began very early on and was critically important even then. There's a great book, Sinful Tunes and Spirituals by Dina J. Epstein. I'm just hoping that this video isn't mirrored or something, but you now know what it looks like. If you're interested in this history, I cannot recommend it strongly enough. And what Dina J. Epstein did in creating that book was to go through and find documentary evidence of these musical traditions from different periods in American history. And she did that by looking at testimonials from slave traders, from slave owners, from people who are traveling through the United States, by looking at fugitive slave advertisements for folks that had run away and taken their instruments with them, and painted a very clear picture. She managed to dig up quotes from slave traders specifically saying that if you did not give them an instrument, if you did not give them music and give them dance, they would give up and die. Right, so the music and the dance traditions these folks are bringing with them are incredibly important. And once we get to the United States, to the colonies that would become the United States, because we are still talking in the 1600s at this point, they were split up according to their ethnic group. And this is something we tend to overlook as Americans. We tend to think of Africa as this continent that is all kind of one thing, and the music sounds alike, and it's all drums. And certainly drumming's a big part of the picture in every part of Africa that I know of, but it's a vast continent with many different musical approaches and styles, with people who did not speak the same languages and still do not speak the same languages today, right? So in the course of the slave trade, we have people who don't speak the same language, who don't sing the same songs, who don't play the same instruments, and don't act, think, perform, express themselves in the same way, being thrown into one pot and then being separated again once they get here, because different African ethnic groups were prized for different attributes on the United States slave market, right? So you have groups like the Fulani people who had a pretty intense indigenous fiddle tradition in Africa before they were brought here, right? They have an instrument called the gonje that has been extensively written about by a scholar named Jacqueline Cogdell JJ. I would strongly recommend that you go check out her work. And those folks, the Fulani, were considered to be the best possible house servants, house slaves, right? Because they were physically small, unlike, say, the Igbo, who were considered too large and difficult to control and were relegated to field slaves. So they wanted these smaller folks who might not have been as physically imposing in the house with them. Additionally, because of pseudoscience at the time, the Fulani were considered to be more innately intelligent because they were Islamic, right? They were a Muslim people. And the Muslims at the time were considered to be greatly intelligent people. Of course, they are greatly intelligent people. There are many different kinds of intelligence in all peoples. But in that period of history, it was considered a bloodline thing, right? That the Fulani were more intelligent than the other Africans because they had more Muslim blood in them. Now, the important thing to think about here is that different jobs that people might have had would have put them in varying degrees of contact with white members of the household on the plantation, right? And sometimes we're not talking about a big plantation, and this wouldn't necessarily apply to the same extent. But in general, think about it. If a Fulani person who plays the fiddle is being brought into the master's house, is in close proximity to his family, and when the master decides he wants a slave fiddler to entertain his guests and provide music for dancing, that's going to be the person he turns to, the person who already has a fiddle style that they learned in Africa, right? So we now know that by the very first descriptions of slave music that were in the late 17th century, those folks were already playing the violin, were already playing the fiddle. It was already a part of the musical lexicon. Before the banjo showed up in this country, folks here were playing the violin. And I think that's an incredibly important thing to remember, because we also wind up with this false dichotomy that the fiddle came from Europe and the banjo came from Africa. And yes, the violin as a physical instrument does come from Europe, and the banjo as a physical instrument developed amongst the African diaspora in the Caribbean. But as far as the musical influences, it was never that cut and dry, right? We tend to think that the Scots-Irish people brought the fiddle here with them when they settled the southern mountains and vast tracts of the East Coast. That is true, that the fiddle tradition took a big uptick when that happened, and it definitely changed the lexicon and changed the repertoire, and you can hear the influence throughout all of the music. But before that settlement took place, before that influx of people happened, there were already black folks playing the fiddle in this country, playing for dances, and even calling square dances, right? The art of calling a dance is something that black people introduced. Not long after those first descriptions in the late 17th century, in the early 18th century, I think specifically 1736, I'm going to have to check myself on that. Yes, 1736, the first banjo was spotted in the United States, in Manhattan. And I want to give this book a shout out, Banjo Roots and Branches. This is a recent publication and one of the best things that's ever been written about the banjo, if not the best. And you can read the newspaper article in that book that describes what we believe to be the first banjo sighting in the continental United States. It's worth mentioning the banjo came into existence in the Caribbean, and we have written attestations of it from Martinique in the late 1600s. So, of course, it didn't come into existence here, but our first mention is from 1736. So we know that by 1736, both the fiddle and the banjo are in place within Black communities. Now, although that first mention is from Manhattan, we know that the first major site of growth for the banjo tradition within the United States was amongst enslaved people in the Chesapeake Bay region, my ancestors, which is how I came to play the instrument. So at the outset, we have both fiddle and banjo taking shape as musical traditions within enslaved populations. Of course, those enslaved populations are living cheek and jowl with their overseers, in some cases with their owners, with white folks who maybe aren't wealthy enough to own slaves and are working as tenant farmers or indentured servants, right? It was a complicated situation. And over time, the musics did start to bleed into one another. And I want to be very clear on this point. We tend in this country to adopt this kind of rosy view of the past, right? That it was the great American melting pot, and these people were making friends across race lines and were collaborating and playing music together for the creative reward, etc. I'm sure some of that was happening, right? There's never been a group of people more likely to make friendships under legally dubious circumstances as musicians, and socially mixing between races during that period in American history was illegal. We know at the time that there were white musicians who played with Black musicians, that there were Black musicians who played for white dances. So clearly some musical cross-pollination is taking place, at least by the late 1900s. Right? We don't have a specific timeline for when that would have started happening. However, we do not have evidence for an integrated dance floor. We do not have evidence for white musicians being employed to play Black dances. And I think we have this notion that, well, if they were hiring the Black musicians to play the white dances, clearly they were cool with it. But we also know that Black musicians were playing dances for white folks while they were enslaved, right? So this isn't something that necessarily connotes equality or respect for that person. It was not foreign to white folks in this country at any point in time to have a Black person work for them. And that is what was happening. So I want to be clear that we should be careful about indulging in kind of false nostalgia, right? Of thinking, oh, back in the day, these people were all hanging out and dancing and playing music together and it was fun. Sure, maybe some of that was happening, but it did not happen on a level playing field. The Black musicians whose music was being taken and played in other contexts did not have the right at the time to tell people no. So I think we need to just embrace the complexity of what's taking place. So you have a fiddle and banjo tradition coming into place as early as 1736. Now, when the fiddle and banjo started being played together in the same ensemble and where is a matter for debate, right? And folks have said that that took place in the 1800s. Folks have said that it took place within Black communities. I cannot personally verify these things, obviously. But initially we do know that those instruments were not generally played in the same band, and that they, initially we know that those instruments were not played in the same band, and at some point that had to change. One instance in which we know that it changed was the blackface minstrel tradition. You cannot talk about the fiddle, about the banjo, about the development of that music in this country without bringing up blackface minstrelsy, right? This is America's first major cultural export, right? It is a musical and cultural phenomenon comparable with rock and roll in terms of how these people are internationally touring, of their success and their renown within the United States and abroad. Blackface minstrelsy essentially was white folks putting on black makeup and dancing around and cracking jokes and essentially demeaning and ridiculing Black culture. Now, there's a great deal of disagreement as to whether we can really ascribe malicious intentions to all of those people. There's a great deal of disagreement over the roles that those shows played, because they were not marketed toward the South, where we tend to think of racist attitudes being the most common. They were marketed mainly in the North. And there are a couple different ways to read that, right? But there are certainly those who have argued that the reason Northerners were so into these shows is because they didn't have plantations in the same way that the South did, even though they did have slaves and they did trade slaves. They were curious about how the slaves on the plantations lived and what it was like. And that would also hold true in Europe, right? These are folks who don't have contact with those traditions. So this was their way of learning about it, but you couldn't display genuine interest in learning about Black musical traditions as a white person in the mid to late 1800s. It was not socially acceptable. So you go to the comedy show that's making fun of them, and you're able to investigate while also maintaining the facade of thinking that you're better. Which of these truths was what? Which of these potential mindsets was the truth? I cannot tell you, right? These may have just been racist folks looking for a laugh. They may have been curious folks who could not be openly curious. Probably some mix of the two. The functional outcome of the blackface minstrel movement, as well as the kind of uptick in professional banjo manufacturers who tried to market the instrument to white people by pretending it was never an instrument involved with the Black community, meant that Black people sort of gave up the instrument over time. Karen Lynn, the author of a great book called That Half Barbaric Twang, has a great line. The banjo was never emancipated, right? It became so intertwined with the stereotypes propagated by the blackface minstrel shows that people started to dislike the instrument itself or feel like they had to shed the instrument in order to shed the stereotypes. In addition, of course, you have things like urbanization taking place, right? Black folks, especially after emancipation, are moving to cities where country stuff like banjo and fiddle isn't cool. So they're going to have to change what they're doing. They might take up the guitar because the Sears Roebuck catalog comes out however many years later and brings the guitar into the American South. So you have a few different things taking place that probably organically led to the transition from a banjo-centric, fiddle-centric musical form into something more guitar-centric. We know that early generations of blues guitar players, learned from banjo-picking relatives in the South. We know that that happened. Cecilia Conway wrote about it in African Banjo Echoes in Appalachia, also a decent book to read on the subject. And now that we've talked kind of about everything pre-record industry, right? We've talked about how the musical tradition was shaped. We've talked about the blackface minstrel tradition and its impact on folk musicians. It's time to start talking about professional recording because it pops up in the early 1900s, right? And that's where we are now. We've talked through the 1800s. So at this time, there's still a very robust black string band tradition in the American South. And folks started going down to make professional recordings of Southern musicians and would go down, notably Ralph Peer was among them, and make two kinds of records, right? Race records and hillbilly records. And race records were black people playing blues and jazz, and hillbilly records were white people playing early country, essentially, and old-time music. Now, if you were a black person who played hillbilly music, you were considered unmarketable and they didn't record you. And that led to musicians like Leslie Riddle, who traveled with A.P. Carter to collect songs and performed and taught the Carter family. He was not marketed in any serious way, though there are recordings of him that exist, right? The fiddle player Cooge Bertram taught many white musicians who went on to achieve somewhat mainstream success by the standards of the time, but he himself was not recorded because they didn't think that a black banjo and fiddle player was going to be marketable. The only recordings we have of him were made when he was like 75 in his living room. So a bunch of people get written out of the story because all of a sudden there's this perceived financial incentive to pretend that black and white people in the South are making totally different music. And that led to blues and country being split from one another, even though historically they would have been united and fed into one another, even if there was sort of a continuum that indicated diverging styles, right? You get the string band tradition, right? Old time music that gets split off from black musicians, even though ordinarily it crossed over pretty broadly into blues, right? Country music and gospel get split apart. Now, if you think about these things in the abstract, of course, they're all deeply related musics, and I think most of us can appreciate that. But what does it do to create a financial incentive for the black musicians to only play with the black musicians and only develop the style in this specific direction, and vice versa for the white musicians, right? All of a sudden there's this capitalistic need to drive this large, diverse, variegated musical landscape within the American South into these very small itemized boxes based on race. And that is where we get country, where we get blues, where we get gospel, where we get old time. And eventually bluegrass grows out of old time. Eventually folk develops out of a bunch of those different forms, right? Of course, the folk revivalists were sort of casting a wide net and taking from all of these traditions in some capacity. And you wind up with what we have today, where these genres are essentially somewhat race-coded. But, of course, there were some black musicians who survived who were still propagating those string band traditions into today. At the time of my birth in 1995, Joe Thompson was the only black fiddle player who learned from black fiddle players, and so on and so forth, right? Was the last exponent of that cultural tradition. There were other black fiddle players like Earl White. There were black banjo players like Sule Wilson. There were folks around, but folks who had learned within the oral tradition, within the community, Joe was the last. And fortunately, a group of young folks who would come to be known as the Carolina Chocolate Drops went down and spent some time with Joe and really captured his style and his sound, brought old-time music, and specifically black old-time music, to a bigger stage than it's had in all of history, right? And in the process, brought in a whole new wing of young black musicians who are trying to make these musical forms their own. I myself among them, and many of my friends and colleagues. The black old-time string band folk tradition is resurgent in the 21st century. And that's something that I'm really excited about. I'm glad to have had the opportunity to give you some perspective on where we've come from, on how things got here. This is a very short amount of time to present several hundred years of very complex history, and I have left a lot out. If you want to learn more, I cannot strongly enough recommend Sinful Tunes and Spirituals by Dina J. Epstein, Banjo Roots and Branches, Hoedowns, Reels, and Frolics by Phil Jameson, and African Banjo Echoes in Appalachia by C.C. Conway. Cecilia Conway is how it's published. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope that this was helpful. Please feel free to check out more of my work if you want to know more about this musical tradition, hear what it sounds like in the modern day. I just put out an album called Spider Tales that premiered at number 2 on the Billboard Bluegrass chart and has had a pretty good reception. Thank you so much to Cody. Thank you so much to Jake. I know putting together virtual festivals is really hard. I'm glad I got to be a part of this one. Thank you all so much for tuning in and supporting the arts during the worst year for the arts in a very long time. I appreciate you, and I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you have a good rest of the festival.
Thank you, Jake. That was wonderful. That's the kind of thing I love to see at the festival, learning things I don't know anything about, hearing music I've never heard before, so we appreciate his contribution. We're back live at the Rose Bowl, getting ready for our next performance. But first, I want to thank some of our sponsors. The City of Urbana, the Arts and Culture Program, is a major sponsor of this festival, and our gratitude really goes out to them, as well as the Sousa Archives at the University of Illinois. If you listened to any of our family-friendly programming earlier today, that is what they particularly like to support. And also here in downtown Urbana, the Cinema Gallery, the Common Ground Food Co-op, also the First Federal Bank and Page Roasting Company. We thank you all for sponsoring this year's festival. We couldn't do it without you. I'm going to read this statement from Jason Finkelman, the artistic director of the Global Arts Performance Initiatives. And he says, in our collective moment negotiating the coronavirus pandemic, music remains a source of inspiration and wellness. These short videos represent a first attempt at creating digitally delivered original content from the Robert E. Brown Center for World Music. We're honored to partner with the CUfolkandroots Festival 2020 in celebration of our diverse community through music, education, and imagined possibilities. Well, we're honored to partner with the Robert E. Brown Center for World Music as well, and these videos will feature 4 international performers who are based in Champaign-Urbana talking about their instruments and playing for us. So here's the video.
Greetings, my name is Jason Finkelman. I am the Program Administrator for the Robert E. Brown Center for World Music and Engagement Program at the University of Illinois in the School of Music. Today, we're presenting our very first virtual program for the Folk and Roots Festival, featuring international musicians from our community. And these musicians are going to introduce an instrument that they play in the music that they make. At the end of their introductions, there is a special collaborative work that was a wonderful challenge to create. So I hope you enjoy this short video premiering here on our Folk and Roots Festival in Champaign-Urbana. Congratulations, everyone, for making this virtual event happen.
Hello everyone, my name is Ketut Gede Asnawa. I am a music instructor for the gamelan ensemble here at the University of Illinois School of Music. I'm gonna play for you one of the instrument for the gamelan. It's called kendang, K-E-N-D-A-N-G, kendang. So the kendang is the most important instrument among the ensemble, because the kendang is a leader in much the same way as the conductor in Western orchestra, except the conductor doesn't play instrument like a Balinese drummer does. So the kendang, like you see here, it looks like a conical shape. They are consist of three different elements. The one is the body of the kendang, is we call it bantang kendang, and then we do have a cover. We have a double-headed drum, a cover by cowhide or goat skin. And then they are connected by lace, also made by the skin, to make tied up or to make change the pitch of the drum. But internally, the drum, this kind of drum, has the hourglass inside to determine the characteristic of the pitch or the sound itself. So the way you play the drum, this drum, either you can put your drum on your lap, and then also you can hang them, bring it over while they play the processional music. And then technically, always the big head drum is going to be on your right. And then make sure that the big head gonna be lined to the rib cage like that, and you either can play by your hand, also play by the stick like that. I want to show you the important thing, how to make the pitch of the drum. So each head, at least you can make 4 sounds together. First sound is, we call it a big sound, which is this big sound with the full hand, and then you just hit around the rim. And then second one, the big sound also is called it chung. Day and chung. That's on your right. And I have another big sound also, or mean sound is like that, pretty sharp. I just hit on the center of the drum. And beyond that, we have also the filler or small sound. It's like you can use your thumb and then hit the same as a day you said. And then we have a tap, like you tap with the 3 finger on the center of the drum. And also here we have under the filler sound. It's like we call it pum. You play on the rim, and then you can also play prum, and then also you can play small D. So I put together. So you can play on stick.
Yes, hi everybody. I'm Jean-René Balekita from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Central of Africa. So I'm a gospel artist, and today I'm going to introduce you how you can understand this instrument. We called it Ndara Manyanka. So it has 6 strings. As you can see, there is no fret, so you have to put your fingers between those strings and start to play. And this is the scale. Yeah. And we use this instrument for special moment because you have to spread the message, kind of wisdom through proverbs. And you have to be griot if you'd like to play this instrument. So it's a very sacred and special instrument from my home country. But you cannot find it a lot around the world because it is very, very traditional and we keep it like a roots. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Salve, meu nome é Denis Queramonte. I'm from Jundiaí, São Paulo, Brazil. I teach and I'm a Capoeira Angola practitioner, student of Master João Grande and part of the Capoeira Angola Center, New York, but also we have a school here in Urbana, Champaign. Today, I want to introduce an instrument we use in Capoeira Angola and also we use in other like music forms in Brazil called pandeiro. And this pandeiro I have is like basically like in a drum frame, and the parts we have in this one I have in my hand is like a goat skin, like the leather. We have the shingles, the metal ones, and wood. Also, in the Capoeira Angola or in the Capoeira, we have like a different pandeiros we can play too. This one is made with plastics, the same metal jingles, and a vinyl. Like some people like the different type of a tuning. And the basic tunings we have, like in a pandeiro, with the shape like this to really listen the shingles. We have the the slap, and also we have the thumb. And I'm gonna show for you like 3 basic rhythms we play in our school, like in my teacher's school, Mestre João Grande. Like, one is the basic one, what we call 1, 2, 3. Also have the second one play like in many other schools. Also have one my master like called Toque do Mestre Traíra, or Toque dos Antigos, of the Elders. And we can put all that together.
Hi, my name is Joy Yang and I'm studying my Doctorate of Musical Arts in Piano Performance and Literature at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. I also play the theremin. The theremin is one of the oldest electronic instruments and it's one of the only ones known that you play without touching. And the inventor Leon Theremin patented the instrument in 1928. It has a vertical antenna which controls the pitch, and a horizontal antenna which controls the volume or dynamics. And you can play it using your body without touching the instrument by creating interference with the surrounding electromagnetic fields. I use the knobs on the theremin to tune it to my body. I can adjust the brightness and as well as the waveform. So I'd like to demonstrate something for you. So you can see how I was changing the tone color of the theremin by using the knobs and tuning it to my body before I played. It has a 5-octave pitch range and it's very responsive. The way I like to use this instrument is in conjunction with Ableton Live, and I've created effects that I like to use with the theremin. Also, this model has CV output. So this allows me to access some different sounds.
All right, thanks for watching our first virtual program from the Robert E. Brown Center for World Music. My name is Jason Finkelman, and it was a real pleasure organizing these videos and creating the last work that you saw. The last work was an experiment to see if we could have music created from an improviser's process. We had Asnawa record a kadang track as our backing track, and I asked the musicians to play what they felt. And then I had the wonderful challenge of putting the music all together and creating the video you saw. I did feature another instrument in there. I just took a close-up shot of it, but it's a African harp that I play called a dungu, or rather it's modeled after an adungu, and it was created by my teacher Adi Mukumba. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I want to thank the Folk and Roots Festival for letting us share this project with you all. I'd like to congratulate all the volunteers at the Folk and Roots Festival for creating this virtual space for us to enjoy throughout the weekend. If you'd like to learn more about the Robert E. Brown Center for World Music, please visit our website at cwm.illinois.edu. Have a great day.
Thank you, Jason, and the other artists for putting that video together. That was really a treat, visually and acoustically, so we appreciate that. You're back here live at the Rose Bowl. My name's Rayanne Dossett. I'm on the Folk and Roots Steering Committee, and just a little bit to say about some of our festival partners. We have support from Backland Radio, the Community Center for the Arts, Dixon Graphics, the Iron Post, the Rose Bowl, Techline, the Robert E. Brown Center for World Music, the Urbana Free Library, and the wonderful Carol Inskeep over there, and also Weiskamp Screen Printing, who did these fabulous shirts for us, designed by local artist Jen Gibbous. So we thank these partners for supporting the festival. I'm so looking forward to this next woman, Lily Lewis. I've had the good fortune to see her a few times when she's been in town. I saw her set last year at the festival at the Blackbird, and I realized when it was over that she doesn't just put together a list of songs. She puts together almost a spiritual journey, and I can't wait to see what she has for us in these times. But I think if we go along with what she gives us, she's going to take us to someplace wonderful. Based out of New Orleans and pre-recorded, here she is, Ms. Lily Lewis.
My American heart, my American heart, my American heart is alive with the fire in the promise of tomorrow. I'll speak my story, I'll sing my song. My American heart is alive with the fire in the promise of tomorrow. insurance. Not those who kindly let them to the door. I'm just the people making the warrior see like tomorrow is worth fighting for. And if I were just a little bit stronger, tired, my hungry, my poor. Dying children can't afford that insurance. I'm those who kindly let them to the door. I'm just the people making the warrior see that tomorrow is worth fighting for. So if I were just a little bit stronger, if I prayed just a little bit longer, and if I were just a little bit stronger, I'd fly away.
Well, hello everybody. My name is Lily Lewis, and I am so happy to welcome you into my living room today. I get to play some songs for you and maybe speak to you a little bit. I've been invited to talk to you about folk music from the African American tradition, and this is a continuation of a conversation that I began with you, with the CU Folk and Roots community last year, a year ago, in person, and now we get to do it virtually. And I feel like we're in a different universe than we were a year ago. We're all more tender, more vulnerable than we may have been before. We've all been impacted, I'm certain, in one way or another, by the global pandemic. We've also, likely many of us have been impacted by the eruption, the final kind of breaking point when it comes to police brutality in the Black American community, and what that's meant for this, what's known as the Black Lives Matter movement. It's put a lot of things into question. It's invited us all into, some introspection maybe. And I feel very much that today, instead of speaking to you about the African American experience with folk music, I would like to talk to you about my African American experience with folk music. I am a pianist at heart, even though I abandoned it formally many years ago. And so my relationship with music is very, very intimate. It was me and the big giant wooden box and the magical noises that it made. And I felt 100% invited and embraced by the world of music. I grew up in my father's church, even as early as 3, going up to the piano in that church, 150-year-old church, and just playing one note at a time as if I was trying to memorize how each note went. And music was a magical universe for me. But I found myself drawn to music that came from outside of the church. I was really into classical music for a long time. And then I just learned as I grew up that I was just obsessed with all the languages. And I find that as a Black American in particular, it has behooved me to know a lot of languages. I know it seems like I'm only speaking English, but I know a lot of different forms of English. I know a lot of different inflections and lilts and tilts. And because the American experience of language, both verbal and written and oral, musical, that is wide and varied. And I think as a Black American, I have been required to navigate quite a few different spaces, and I find that shows up in my music as well. For example, the first couple of selections I just played for you, it comes from this old kind of, it feels like an ancient place, to tell you the truth. It feels kind of heavy laden with ancestry. I know that growing up reading W.E.B. Du Bois, I was really, really moved by his work, The Souls of Black Folk. I even named my first album after a chapter from that book. But in The Souls of Black Folk, Du Bois says, the music of the Negro religion is that plaintive, rhythmic melody with its touching minor cadences, which, despite caricature and defilement, still remains the most beautiful expression of human life and longing, yet born on American soil. That's just one thing that one person had to say about the language of the spirituals and what came out of that kind of 18th and 19th century lexicon. This was music of slaves, this is music of the fields, this is music of worship, this is worship, work, community. That music evolved into chain gang music that kept you alive and able to meet the demands of that day. That music, when it evolved into blues, became the way to reclaim your story, your experiences, and speak your broken or joyful heart in a space of freedom that was generated by you and your ability to express yourself musically. And I believe all of that essence comes through in my experience, where folk music gets expressed through me. But I think the other thing that's interesting about being a Black American and occupying spaces of folk and Americana is that I feel like my lens tends to be, slightly different than some other lenses. For example, several years ago when I was writing a song about guns becoming so prevalent in my world, it was coming prevalent by way of women telling me that I should learn to value guns and shoot a gun and how empowering it is and all this stuff. And I found myself wanting to write a song about it. And then I encountered a young woman at a coffee shop whose point of view was that the only federal law that was relevant was the Second Amendment, and that all other laws shouldn't matter. And I said to her, well, if it weren't for some other federal laws, I wouldn't be able to have this conversation with you right now. And she said, exactly. She looked me in my face and said, exactly. And I don't know that stories like that get captured regularly, or might even be experienced in order to be captured by a person who didn't inhabit the body that I inhabit. So those stories end up showing up in my songs, and I might have that slight minor lilt, that minor cadence that Du Bois references, but there's still stories worth hearing. So I'm going to sing that song for you now. It's called Coffee Shop Girl. There's a lady I met at a party one night. She'd come over from old Mother England, just a beast in the air with her fancy elf light, and her ship was just now coming in. By the shine in her eyes, you know well this was no maid.
She measured a prize by the weight of the gun of her sleeve. Hand cocked to one side as she steadied her pride, and the kickback enlivened her bones. Now that strange little girl has a woman-made world. She's beginning again. She has never lived on her own. I can tell how she feels. It's a pretty big deal when it comes to find you alone. Well, I guess it's the weight of the world she must hold in her hand. Cold chamber echoes, honey, good man. The bullet inside means she no longer hides from those real or imagined demands. Well, it's her story now, and she moves as the journey commands. Shop girl with her warm chestnut eyes, she is nothing against integration. The fact of the matter is how it was done went against the known will of her nation. See, there's only one law of the land worth keeping around, and that law puts a gun in her hand as she's standing her ground. And whatever the cost of the lives that lost, she believes it's her right to defend. So those brown eyes turn cold as she wipes down the counter again. I'm going to sing another plaintive cadenced song. And this is a little bit the song, this is the story of my family. I sing of my father, who I lost to leukemia when I was a teenager. And I sing of my grandfather, his father, who tried to commit suicide as an impoverished sharecropper. This is a story that I got, that he shot himself, and because he couldn't get himself out of poverty, but he didn't die of the gunshot. They got him to the hospital, and he got left at the back door of the hospital. He couldn't get admitted because he was black. And then I sing of my grandmother, who he left behind. She still lived in the same cotton field that they used to work when my father was a kid. Their crops were cotton and sugarcane. And then the last verse is of my mother, who noticed that I had one of those
brains and hearts that just had to fly free. And so she tried to encourage that in me, and she got me a book about a little seed that flew around the world and grew to become a great oak, and tried to teach me that small things can grow beyond even its own imagination. And then it's also about me, because I'm a Wednesday's child with one of those tender, sad hearts, earnest and bleeding for the world and hoping the best. And I was born on Ruination Day. So this is the song of my family. It's called Wednesday's Child. Wednesday's child, born on Ruination Day, to a preacher man who's better than him. He took to the grave. When he left his caught a cold in his blood. It comes in so many colors. So let's love. Well, it is what it is. Said it is what it is. Granddaddy shot himself straight in the head. But the bullet didn't get him, didn't get him, didn't get him. No, said the bigotry killed him. And I say, this my story, this my problem with rage. Oh, well, my main do much of it. Or am I turning the page? But it is what it is. Said it is what it is. Oh, it is what it is. And it ain't what it ain't. Now and see. Am I the spirit fruit? It is what it is. It is what it is. So, that's an old song. I wrote that years ago, but I'm just now getting a chance to put it on a new record that's coming out this December called Americana, where I'm trying to capture some of the stories, some American stories that I don't always hear other people capturing. And this last song is called My American Heart, and it is, it's really about as earnest as it gets. We're in a difficult conversation, and we might be in this conversation for years, but in this difficult conversation, I'm still praying for everybody. My heart is open and in loving for everybody, and so I'll just send this one on out. This is My American Heart. My American heart, won't you baby to be born healthy? Won't your son make it home from the war, fully able to rejoin his people? My American heart, won't your job to help you feed your family? Hope it lets you build a home that houses generations of joy. My American heart knows you're more than just an able body. If your able body ever falters, your wellness won't have much in the way. Hope your children and grandchildren become curious and kind. But above all, I wish them safety from without and within. My American heart wishes safety for my own family too. I won't have to keep them safe from you, but nevertheless, here we are. We're in a difficult conversation, one that just might go on for years. But in this difficult conversation, I want you to know I can see you. No, I can hear you. No, I still pray for you. My American heart. A difficult conversation, one that just might go on for years. But in this difficult conversation, I want you to know I can hear you. No, I can see you. No, I still pray for you.
Welcome back, and thank you for tuning in to the 12th Annual Champaign-Urbana Folk and Roots Festival. I'm Tom Bassett, and I'm a member of the steering committee, and I'm delighted to be here and having a blast, and I hope you are too. I want to give a big shout out to Cody Jensen and Charlie Harris and Emily McCowan for putting together a great program for this year's festival, and to Jake Metz for his amazing engineering skills for this two-day event. So we're delighted to make this festival free of charge. Being on the steering committee, though, I realize that there are expenses. So if you're able to donate, that'd be terrific. You can do so via PayPal or Venmo or Omela, that QR code on the right-hand corner of the screen. So I'm delighted also to present our next performers right here in Champaign-Urbana, downtown Urbana at the Rose Bowl Tavern. The band's called Meadowhawk. They're a group of musicians who play original tunes and old-time music at Contra Dances and other venues in town. And I just love dancing to their music, and their groove is wonderful. And the band just released a new CD on Bandcamp called Keep It Up. So check it out. And so let's keep it going, and let's hear from Meadowhawk.
thank you. Thank you so much. We are Meadowhawk. Thank you, Folk and Roots, for having us. And thank you, Jake and Charlie and Martin and Tom and Rob and Cody, for all you folks who have been working so hard to make this thing happen all weekend long. You guys have no idea all the things happening behind the scenes, but big shout out to those folks. That was the title track off the new album, Keep It Up. So if you're interested in checking that out, it's at meadowhawk.bandcamp.com. We'll be playing a bunch of original and various traditions tonight. The next one is another original, and it's a tune called Beth's Favorite, or a set of tunes. The first one's called Beth's Favorite, and the second one's called The Slanted Floor. So yeah, this one goes out to Beth Simpson, who also released a CD today. How does this tune go? All right. Sorry. Thank you. Ooh, that was vigorous. This next one, we're gonna do a song now. We mostly are an instrumentalist kind of band, but we do a couple songs. This next one is kind of a cover of a song called Workin's Too Hard by Raina Gellert, who's an amazing fiddle player, also an amazing singer-songwriter I just found out recently. And I really loved the song a lot, and then decided to just come up with slightly different lyrics for it, and we paired it with one of our favorite old-time tunes, Lost Girl, which we've been playing since the beginning of the band, basically. So let me just double-check my tuning, and then we'll get this show on the road. All right, we're gonna call it good enough. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Samuel, mom's working late again. It's working to work at midnight when you start at 10 a.m. $8 an hour won't pay all the bills, so she works 2 jobs and no nights off just to keep our bellies filled. Working's too hard, boy. Tomatoes, strawberries, and the pears. I hate and blame you, though your work they could not bear. You get paid by the bucket, the bushel, or the bunch, and it's tough on your family when you move every 2 months. Work is too hard, boy. Take. If you care for our finances, you get $1 million a year, but you can't make ends meet caring for the ones we hold most dear. Working's too hard, boy. Working's too hard, boy. this next song, and I guess I get to be the spokesperson for the band tonight. Both Claire Johnson and Amanda Ramey, who are my bandmates and good friends and partner in the case of Claire, have foregone the microphone, so that leaves it up to me. So you guys get to listen to me talk tonight. We're gonna play a song, tune coming up here. The first one is by one of our bands that we look up to quite a bit, called The Gloaming, which is an Irish band that plays very dark and kind of moody music, and we just like them a whole lot. So the first tune is called Pink House, and the second tune is Across the Ocean, which is a traditional Irish tune. Let me double check. All right, here we go.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What are we playing next? Oliver's Waltz. One more? All right. Well, we got one more song. Which do you want to end with that? Sure. Sounds good to me. All right. We're going to play a very special brand new waltz written by Amanda for a special little dude named Oliver. So this is Oliver's Waltz. And thank you again so much, everybody, for doing all the stuff that you do. We really appreciate you guys putting all the work into this festival and continuing it on, even despite the crazy year that we've had. So, yeah. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'm going to pass it back over to Tom Bassett, and who's hosting tonight.
Wow. Thanks so much, Meadowhawk. That was terrific. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the festival's many partners that have contributed in-kind services and venues and financial contributions. These include Dixon Graphics, Backland Radio, Community Center for the Arts, the Iron Post, the Rose Bowl Tavern, Tech Line, Robert E. Brown Center for World Music, the Urbana Free Library, and Weisskamp Screen Printing. Next up is Don Flemings, the Grammy Award winner, also known as the American Songster. Don Flemings gave 2 amazing performances last year at the festival in this very place, the Rose Bowl Tavern. I thought the roof was going to cave in. It was just such high energy. And he also gave an amazing workshop on playing the bones. In his performance last night, Don played a tune called Steel Pony Blues about the life of a black cowboy named Nat Love. Tonight, Dom will talk about the tradition of black cowboy music and its contributions to America's musical heritage. So please join me in welcoming back to Champaign-Urbana to the Roots Festival, Dom Flemings.
Well, hello, folks. This is Dom Flemings, the American Songster, and this is more of a lecture performance. You know, I did a full performance. If you hopefully you check that out. This one is more of a lecture performance where I'm going to be talking a bit about my album Black Cowboys here. I figured that it'd be a great way to run down some of the imagery that I brought together for this project, because when I started to put this thing together, I realized that it was going to be one of the very first albums to focus on African American Western culture, and so I really wanted to make it as multifaceted as it possibly could be, and I wanted to try to get as many images as I could to either introduce people to my work as a contemporary artist, but I also wanted to get people interested in the idea of African American cowboys and black Western culture as a general phenomenon, because it just isn't as well known. It's not that it's not impossible to find, but it's just not as well known. So in one movement I tried to bring all these different pieces together that talk about Western art, Western photography, as well as Western history. And so I'll start with the cover, of course. This is by the wonderful Western artist Willie Matthews out of Colorado. And when I first went to the National Cowboy Poetry Gathering in Elko, Nevada in 2015, Willie had heard that I was putting the project together, the album, and he was so inspired by it that he wanted to paint the cover, and he told me, I'm going to paint the cover to this record, just know that I'm going to do that. And it's before I had even had an album together, but he did a beautiful job, beautiful watercolor painting, and he's done many of the posters for the National Cowboy Poetry Gathering, including a lot of the wonderful Warner Brothers albums that came out in the early 90s with a lot of the early cowboy poets, as well as singers and performers like Don Edwards and Waddy Mitchell. And it's a great honor just to have a painting done by him. And of course, I was able to get this on the African American Legacy recording series from Smithsonian Folkways, which is a part of the National Museum of African American History and Culture. And when I pitched this idea to Folkways, I knew it was going to be one of the few places where they were going to have interest, and they would have extensive catalog that was going to represent Western culture in other aspects as well, because black cowboys just by themselves, it can be kind of a big idea to take in and to immerse yourself within and to just digest the idea of African Americans out west. And so the cover was one part of it. Well, and now the back cover features this beautiful photograph that comes from the Ammon Carter collection. And so Ammon Carter, when he was a young man in I believe the early 1930s, he went down to the ranch to visit some of his family, and he took a lot of pictures of different activities out on the ranch. And one of the photos within the collection is this beautiful picture of these black cowboys at the Emancipation Parade, I believe, in Bonham, Texas. And so one of the things that I just love about this, beside it just being this beautiful composition, the men on their horses, I noticed this fellow with his homemade jeans. He has these beautiful homemade sewed patches on his pants that are serving as pockets. And this is something that people did before you had pockets like in jeans like you got now. But it's just beautiful for these little details all over it. And each gentleman is holding their hat just a little bit differently, representing the different ways they wanted to hold themselves on the range. And so just through an image like this, you can find a lot of very subtle messaging that's going on. Going inside of it, a contemporary tintype of myself with my good friend Big Head Joe, the 6-string banjo. This one's a nice one here. We wanted to be evocative of the old-time Western photographs of people like Wild Bill Hickok or Jesse James and all those different people. So we wanted to get something that was along those lines, and this was a great one here. Of course, shot by the great Timothy Duffy, who has done a lot of tintypes with me over the years. And we did these photos because we wanted to juxtapose them next to these wonderful historic images, like this one here from Montana, 1890. This is the, let me double check on, this is the 25th Infantry of the Buffalo Soldiers, and I believe this is when they were putting together Yellowstone Park. So a lot of the early military units that went out were African American units, including the Buffalo Soldiers, and that was during the times when the transition times when the United States was being formed out west, to sort of those times after the wars with the Native Americans and halfway between when the United States as a country began to grow out west. The Buffalo Soldiers were an essential part of that work. And of course they've got their coats here, which are buffalo robe coats. So it's a beautiful timepiece. And in juxtaposition to that, we have a picture here of Clear Rock Platt, Moses Clear Rock Platt, who recorded for John Lomax for the Library of Congress. And I think this one was shot by Alan Lomax maybe, but this one has just a beautiful composition going right between the mule's ears and Moses Clear Rock Platt, who he sang the version of the old Chisholm Trail, but he also sang a song about buggies and horses called That's All Right, which is oh, the buggy's blind, the buggy's blue, oh yeah, and my gal is with me, oh yeah, well that's alright, baby, that's alright, honey, that's alright, darling, well I asked my sugar, where she going, honey, ride my buggy, oh yeah, and the horse gone blind, oh yeah, that's alright. Oh yeah, and it goes on so like that. But to be able to see Clear Rock Platt in this photograph, once you become familiar with his music, it's really something to be able to see him in person. And then finally, we have this little picture of this little guy here is my father when he was a young boy. This is when he used to go visit his father's family out in Texas. And so this is him on a horse, and this is with his cousin Slick. I believe, I can't remember what his name is now, but they always just called him Slick. And so we wanted to get Cousin Slick mentioned over there. My grandfather took this photo, and I always like when my grandfather's eye as an amateur photographer is he loved juxtaposing things like this horse and buggy here next to the big automobile on this side. And he loved doing things like this in his personal photographs. And so I've just loved this one so much. Now, of course, and then my dad, of course, he was my introduction to country and western music, but this is where it started. It was right here when he was on this horse in Texas, and he just carried that on with him, growing up in Flagstaff. This is the Shore family. They came out from Wyoming, and then they settled some land in Nebraska, and so this is where they are. Let me see if I got where they are this time. They are in Westerville, Custer County, Nebraska, right here. Right around 1887, and so this is a picture of the whole family with the dog in front of their homestead. And you've seen this one probably in a whole bunch of fans of Western documentaries and whatnot. They tend to use this one a lot. Just a beautiful picture, and there's about 5 in this whole series of different families who are living near each other. So it's a really neat photograph for that. I got to thank Stephen Winnick and the folks over at the Library of Congress for helping me out, as well as the Wyoming Historical Society, the Ursuline nuns for the picture of Stagecoach Mary, who I'll get to later. I believe we got this one from the Library of Congress of the Buffalo Soldiers, as well as Clear Rock Platt. And then these last 2 here up on the top, these little ones, are pictures of my grandparents and my father's parents. So this is his father, the Superintendent Pastor Raymond Flemings, for the Northern Arizona District of Church of God in Christ here. This is him with his guitar early on. Apparently, he carried the guitar around just to bring people into the church, and he would play 2 chords, then throw that guitar away and start saving souls right on the spot. And he was one of the old-time preachers that just need you standing there to fill you with the Holy Spirit. And so after I learned the guitar, I found this photo in the archives, and they told me this funny story of how he never really played guitar, and he just used it as a prop, which is funny. And then this picture here is of my grandmother, and this is one of the few pictures we have of her with pants, because after she joined the church, she only wore black dresses for the most part. And then she wore, like, again, she was the church mother, so she wore a lot of really nice fancy dresses, but they were always ankle-length dresses. There was never pants or anything like that in their day. And so that's a little bit of the start there, but jumping off from with Grandma Mamie, the very first track on the album is one called Black Woman, and this is a piece that I started to think about when I was trying to find African American women representation within the context of this big cowboy story, because of course a lot of the songs featured men and men's stories, men's victories and things like that, and women were either a novelty or they weren't mentioned at all in most of the songs. And so I was searching actually very hard to find this one. And actually my wife's grandmother actually passed me a book called Black Women of the Old West that really filled out the last part of the narrative to the story. And also my wife took a wonderful little tintype to represent the black women of the West on the tintype. So this was a nice one that she did with photographer Timothy Duffy. And then this one here from the Ursuline Nuns of Montana, we got a little picture of Stagecoach Mary, the first African-American woman and first African-American to carry the mail over in the West. And so thinking about these things, I got this little song Black Woman together, and I found it made a beautiful cowboy song. So let me go ahead and sing this one just a bit for you. Black Woman, also known as the Wild Ox Mama. Well, come here, black woman. And sit on Daddy's knee. Well, I've got something to tell you, pretty mama. Don't you holler, Lordy. Well, I'm going out to Texas. To hear that wild ox moan. And if his moaning don't suit me, black woman, I'm gonna drive my bell cow home. Don't your kitchen feel lonesome? When your biscuit roll is gone. And that's it. Well, it was really amazing to put this album together, and there were a couple of quotes that really drove the way that my wife Annie and I ended up writing the whole liner notes for this thing. Like, for example, one quote that always sticks with me here is one that I heard from Cowboy Mike Searless, the wonderful scholar, cowboy western scholar from Georgia. And he mentioned this, and I ended up using it just to prove one point in here. Mostly the reason why it's important to have a more diverse picture of the West. And Mike Searless wrote this. He said, "Many people see the West as the birthplace of America. If they only see it as the birthplace of white America, it basically means that all other people are interlopers. They're not part of what makes an American. But if they understand that African Americans were cowboys, even Native Americans were cowboys, Mexicans were cowboys, it really opens up the door for us to think about America as a multi-ethnic, multi-racial place, not just in the last decade or century, but from the very beginning. And see, those are the type of quotes and the type of big philosophical ideas that really drove me when writing this album and writing the liner notes, as well as putting the album together when it came to the music, because there were just a lot of stories that need to be told. Like for Black Woman, for example, I wrote this. I put, "This field holler was collected by John A. Lomax in the 1930s. The original singer, Vera Ward Hall, was introduced to Lomax by Ruby Pickens Terrett, a folklorist from Livingston, Alabama. Over the next few decades, John Lomax and his son, Alan, would record Hall extensively for the Library of Congress. Although this isn't considered a traditional cowboy song, it has familiar themes of ranching and the pain of leaving loved ones behind. I chose this piece to honor the thousands of African American women who built churches, schools, and communities, bringing structures to the new territories. In the 1995 book, Black Women of the Old West, author William Loren Katz writes, "It has been argued that since African American women were a tiny minority within a Western minority, omitting them from popular culture, including books, film, and music, was hardly an act of discrimination. And although a few in number, they earned an honored niche in the saga of the wilderness. As the nation grapples with the history of its multicultural past, the story of the frontier African American women deserves a telling. These remarkable women include Biddy Mason, Stagecoach Mary, Mary Ellen Pleasant, Sojourner Truth, and many other legendary trailblazers." And that was kind of where we wanted to go with it. And so another historic figure, I guess, to jump into another song, this is a fellow by the name of Nat Love, and he wrote his own autobiography. And this is him here, and you can find the autobiography online. And it's a beautifully written piece of written narrative, and he talks about his transition from slavery into emancipation into being a cowboy, which he is here. And then later on, which we also talk about in the liner notes, but let me go ahead and flip to that page real quick while I got the close-up here. Later on, he became a Pullman porter, and so this is him later in life, after having been a cowboy for about 20 years. That's him when he got his regular day job as a Pullman porter, working on the railroad line. And so one of the reasons I wanted to show that sort of dichotomy was I wanted to show the way that you could have African American people who were as familiar with the horse and buggy as they were with an automobile or a railroad car or later on an airplane. And that sort of transition of technology and how African American culture follows that transition, as well as retains many of the older parts of the culture. And so for Nat Love's story, for the song I'm going to play for you next, Steel Pony Blues, this is what I ended up writing for this one. I wrote this song about the amazing life of Nat Love, known as Deadwood Dick. In 1854, he was born into slavery in Tennessee, and at a young age, he made his way out west to work on a ranch in Holbrook, Arizona, which is the same place where my grandfather had his church decades later. By 1890, he retired from the ranch and began to work on the Denver and Rio Grande Western Railroad as a Pullman porter. In his 1907 autobiography, he wrote, "It has always seemed strange to me that so many Americans run off to Europe and foreign countries each year in search of health and pleasure, or to climb the Alps in Switzerland and to view the scenery of the Old World, when our own North America, the New World, offers so many opportunities to study Dame Nature in all of her phases. And I always say to the traveling American, see America. How many of you have done so? I have seen a large part of America, and am still seeing it, but the life of 100 years would be all too short to see our country America. I love thee, sweet land of liberty, the home of the brave and the free." And then I mentioned myself in the course of doing the project. I actually, in 2016, I ended up traveling over 100,000 miles researching different Western sites as I was on tour. When I was basically getting off stage, I would go to a Western site and try to get as much information as I could from each of those Western sites, and I found some amazing insights doing that. I also found that a lot of Western museums only had one piece of ephemera that was related to African American or Mexican American culture when it came to their gift shops. And so I found that Black Cowboys also, there was a need in just the way that they were distributing the idea of Western culture out there. There needed to be something that connected all those factors together. And so a song like Steel Pony Blues was meant to bring some of those factors together. It talks about travel, but it also talks about the history of the West as well. When you get down to Holbrook, you won't find me there. Good Lord, I caught the first thing smoking down the road somewhere. I caught the first thing smoking down the road somewhere. 'Cause I caught my steel pony and boys, I'm gonna ride. I'm getting far too old to follow this here herd. Good Lord, I caught the first thing smoking down the road somewhere. Caught the first thing smoking down the road somewhere. 'Cause I caught my steel pony and boys, I'm gonna ride. Now they call me Mr. Flemings, 'cause I'm a pool porter now. Good Lord, I caught the first thing smoking down the road somewhere. Caught the first thing smoking down the road somewhere. 'Cause I caught my steel pony and boys, I'm going to ride. Go ahead and get it one time, 6. Call me Mr. Flemings, 'cause I done told that guitar down. Good Lord, I caught the first thing smoking down the road somewhere. Now when you get over there, you won't find me, 'cause I called my steel pony and boys, I'm gonna ride. Go and get it one last time, 6. One other song that I ended up doing for the Black Cowboys album was one on a fellow by the name of Bass Reeves. And Bass Reeves was one of the first, going back to this same picture here we've got with Nat Love as a Pullman Porter. And then of course we got a wonderful photo from the Leadbelly estate of Hughie Ledbetter, the wonderful cowboy singer and blues songster, Leadbelly. And actually, you know, funny enough, this year, in the 2020 National Cowboy Poetry Gathering, we had the theme of black cowboys going on, and this white Stetson hat that's on a Leadbelly's head, it went viral on Twitter, if you can believe that. We got it from the estate and it was on display, and it actually was one of the most talked about items in the entire gathering that year, so that was really fun. So Leadbelly still had a little bit of cowboy flavor, still working after all these years. And so here's Bass Reeves here. So Bass Reeves was the very first Deputy U.S. Marshal of the United States of America who was African American. And I'm going to just read you a little bit about him right here, just to give you the concise version of it, because there's actually quite a lot of information about him. So I wrote this song here. I wrote this song to pay tribute to the story of Bass Reeves, who was born into slavery in 1838. He grew up in the Texarkana region of the South and lived with his mother and master on the plantation. As a young boy, he encountered Native Americans while hunting for snakes and rabbits on the trail near his home. And as he grew older, his master taught him how to ride a horse and shoot a gun to defend the plantation during the Indian Wars. When he became a young man, the master challenged him to a game of poker with his freedom as collateral. Reeves discovered that the master had been cheating and confronted him, knocking him unconscious. Reeves was forced to leave the plantation, and during the time he spent as an outlaw, he befriended and lived amongst the Cherokee Nation, learning their language and becoming an expert at mapping out the Indian Territory, as it was called back then. In 1875, he was recruited by the hanging judge, Isaac C. Parker, to become a Deputy U.S. Marshal, the first African-American west of the Mississippi to hold the position. It's worth noting that Frederick Douglass was the first person to hold the position, not west of the Mississippi in D.C. He was known as an expert rider, marksman, and a master of homemade disguises. Bass Reeves scoured the Indian Territory for rustlers, rogue Native Americans, and bootleggers, bringing hundreds of criminals to justice. Bass later settled down in the town of Muskogee, Oklahoma, with his wife and family, and he served as a police constable until his death in 1910 at around the age of 70. The facts and folklore around Bass Reeves are extraordinary, and his legacy remains as the likely inspiration for the fictional character, the Lone Ranger. Which, to me, the suggestion of something like that, an African-American lawman being the connection, and maybe even the influence for the Lone Ranger, that sort of just changed my whole perspective on everything. Of course, when we did the gathering this year, we also got to feature a wonderful comic book by the name of The Chisholm Kid, which was the very first comic book to feature an African-American hero, far before Black Lightning and all those. Back in the early 1950s, there was the Chisholm Kid was the first African-American cowboy hero. And interesting enough, the blues singer Taj Mahal told me about the Chisholm Kid when I first started working on the project. He told me that was his intro to black cowboys, was the Chisholm Kid, because it appeared only in the Pittsburgh Courier from 1950 to 1954. And funny enough, the storyline is that the kid runs across a young man who's being beat up by some rustlers, and he finds a piece of type print in the kid's pocket as the guy dies in his arms. And he finds out that this young man was the editor of the local black newspaper in town, and he discovers a nefarious plot to suppress the black newspaper in town. Anyway, back in 1950 to 1954, and so the Chisholm Kid was also a big hit over at the gathering, and it also speaks a lot about, again, this renewed image of African-American history and how important cowboys are, and to the transition from country to city, going into the modern era. And again, I took a lot of time, once I started to read about Nat Love being a Pullman porter and being a part of that transition into the railroad culture, it got me thinking about the way that Pullman porters were still a part of the progress of African American culture when you got into the later eras with people like A. Philip Randolph, and the way that Randolph helped out people like you know, Congressman John Lewis, Martin Luther King Jr., and all these people when they were starting to formulate what would be the sit-ins and the boycotts for the civil rights era of the 1960s. So it got me thinking about all these different things. And but of course you got to write a song, and there's only so much time you have that's telling a song. So I decided to take my cues from one of the great blues singers, Lightning Hopkins, and write a little song about Bass Reeves. And this is one called He's a Lone Ranger.
Marshal, and a Lone Ranger. He's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger. Bass Reeves is his name. There was a man way out west, rode around this country with a star on his breast. Every white man and Indian tribe, he was the baddest man that ever was alive. He's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger. Bass Reeves is his name. Broad-shouldered and 6 feet tall, rode a sorrel like it outrun them all. Master of a pistol, master of disguise. He looked every man he caught now dead in the eyes, 'cause he's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger. Bass Reeves is his name. Born a slave down in Arkansas, lived with his master and his dear old mom. Mama said, son, you ain't free, but you can do anything you want, though if the mister don't see. Now he's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger. Bass Reeves is his name. Master called Bass Reeves to a gambling game. Bass's freedom was the stake that he made. Now Master cheated. You ought to heard the sound of Bass's hoof beats as Master hit the ground. Now he's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger. Bass Reeves is his name. Ho! Bass Reeves break into song, getting down to business and it won't be long. Weather in Muskogee, 100 miles around, they call him Bass Reeves. He's bound to track you down, 'cause he's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger. Bass Reeves is his name. Well, folks, it's been a pleasure to be here at the workshop here at the CU Folk Festival. Hopefully you learned a couple of things about my album Black Cowboys and all the love and labor put into this thing, and also all the different information we were able to put together. You know, taking the history of Black Cowboys, there's first the 400 years of history in this country, but there's also another 400 years of the history before the United States was a part of the western part of the North American continent that's a part of the Black Cowboy story as well. I went into that only just a little bit, but I'm just going to read you one final passage that was very moving to me. When I went to the National Cowboy Poetry Gathering, I got the recommendation that I should read a book called Partner of the Wind that was written by actually the first person to publish his own songbook solely dedicated to cowboys, a fellow by the name of Jack Thorpe. And so I wrote this for one of the songs that I do on the album called Little Joe the Wrangler, which we unfortunately don't have time to do this time, but
but I just wanted to read this little bit that really drew me in. In the beginning chapter of his autobiography, Partner of the Wind, Jack Thorpe writes about his first encounter with black cowboys in the camp of Addison Jones, one of the few African-American ranch foremen of the Southwest. One night, Thorpe was drawn to the sound of the banjo accompanying the songs of the black cowboys around the campfire. He was inspired to document the songs of these cowhands and reference their music in the same way one might now reference the blues. He said, maybe cowboy singing was an answer to the loneliness. Maybe it was just another way of expressing good fellowship. Maybe it was several things. Sometimes something happened on the day's work, funny or sad, and somebody with a knack for words made a jingle out of it. And if it was liked, others learned it and passed it on. And that's all I can hope for with this album, Black Cowboys, was that the songs would be liked well enough that they'd be passed on. And I'll play just a little bit of harmonica just to pass on to you, and hope that we get to see each other again soon down the road. And please stay safe and healthy, everyone. Once again, my name is Dom Flemons. I'm the American Songster. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for having me at the CU Folk Festival.
Well, that was something. Dom Flemons, everyone. At this point in the festival, I think we've thanked everybody there is to thank countless times. We've told you countless times how you can donate, but in case you still want to donate, you can do that on PayPal or Venmo or Omela, the little QR code that should be somewhere over here. Great. I got the thumbs up of approval from the stagehands here. Well, I think we just got one more performance for you tonight. That's going to be Nikki D and the Browns, a.k.a. Sisters of Thunder. And if you tuned in to see Nikki D's talk on Sacred Steel last night, you know that the D stands for Dynamite. Here we go, Nikki D.
Good day to you all. We are here, Nikki D and the Sisters of Thunder, here at the CU Folk and Roots Festival in Urbana, Illinois. We're so thankful and grateful that y'all allowed us to come back virtually. This is awesome. This is real great. So we know so much going on in the world, but you know, music is the universal language. And so we're a gospel blues band, blues group, and we just want to bring y'all some music, some singing, some songs, something to make you feel good. So if you're ready to feel good, say yeah. Yeah. All right, let's go, band. Let's go. it out for me.
He worked it out for me.
Turn it over to the Lord. Let the Lord work it out. Work it out.
He worked it out for me.
Say yeah.
Yeah.
He did it. He did it. Say yeah.
Yeah.
God did it. He did it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He did it.
He did it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he worked it.
He worked it.
God did it. He worked it all for me.
He worked it out for me.
Oh,
He worked it.
he'll do it every time. Worked it out for me.
He worked it out for me.
Say yeah.
Yeah.
He did it. He did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
God did it. He did it. Yeah. He did it. He did it. Yeah. Somebody say hey. If you worked it out, say hey. Can I hit y'all one time? Can I hit you 2 times? Can I hit you 3 times? You know what this is, 2020? I'm just gonna hit it 10 times. Let's go. 10, go! We are glad to be here. And my niece is coming at this time to sing a song by Sam Cooke, the legendary Sam Cooke. This song just is so relevant to what's going on today. And I tell you that one of these old days is gonna get better. It's gotta get better. I just know it will get better. So Shayla, if you don't mind, just sing it real sweet and let the people know.
I was born by the river.
Woo!
In a little town. Oh, just like that river I've been running. See, I've been running ever since. See, it's been
die. Yeah. But you know what? If you live safe, you live right. You can expect eternal life on the other side of the
Long time coming.
I know that a change is on the way. If I just hold on and never give up, somebody just say, oh yeah.
Oh, yes, it will.
If you're not too mean wherever you are in your living room and sing, change gonna come.
Change gon' come.
If you don't mind singing a little louder, the change gonna come.
Change gon' come.
Don't you give up and don't you give in, don't.
Change gon' come.
Just know in the end that if you keep on fighting, you will win.
Change gon' come.
It's been a long time.
Long time coming.
Oh, don't you give up and don't you give on.
Long time coming.
It's a long time before a change will take place. A change in your family, a change in your future. Long time
coming.
He may not come when you want him.
He may not come when you want him.
But he'll show up on time.
Long time coming.
Oh,
He may not come when you
whoa. More good time said a long time coming.
Long time coming.
May not come when you
May not come.
but he'll show up with blessings. He'll show up with miracles. Oh, long time coming, yeah.
Long time coming. He may not come when you want him.
Oh, long time coming.
Long time coming.
Oh, but I know, but I know, but I know, but I know, but I know. A change is gonna come. Somebody say, oh yeah.
Oh, yes, it
Woo! We moving right along. And I just feel pretty good in my sanctified self. Being able to still sing songs in the midst of so much diversity, so much cruelty, so much hate in the world, and we're able to still sing and give God praise. Oh, but this song says right here, it says that we need the Lord's power. Yeah, and able to think right, to love right, to care right. But I'm gonna move with this one right along. Are y'all ready? Somebody just put up some hearts and say yes.
Yes.
nations against nations, killings everywhere. So much destruction, people don't care. There's gang violence, police brutality. We need your power right now. Ooh, Lord, we got mothers against daughters. Woo! Fathers against sons. We need power right now. So much going on. So much going on in the world. Yeah, we need your power right now. Ooh, yeah. We need your power right now. We got sickness and disease. Can't get no ease from all of the pain in these bodies. We got high blood pressure and sugar diabetes. We need your power right now. We got that thing called Gwen on vocals. My sister